Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃 Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
One heart! One heart! One fight. 846, shorturl.at. One love, one fight. We apply the pressure. One love, one fight. We apply the pressure. One love, one fight. One heart! One heart!
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃-𝗃𝗃, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
One heart! One heart! We apply the pressure. One love, one fight. We apply the pressure. One love, one fight. One heart! One heart!
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃-𝗃𝗃, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
We apply the pressure. We apply the pressure. One heart.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃-𝗃𝗃, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
One heart! 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, one heart, one fight. 846, shorturl.at, one heart, one fight. We apply the pressure. One heart, one fight. We apply the pressure. One heart, one fight. One heart! One heart!
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃 Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
We apply the pressure. We apply the pressure. One heart.
Well, the sun has come out here at 𝗃𝗃 Sports Complex. We're in for the afternoon game on Field 5. Interesting looking pitch here. We've seen a very low scoring game, the first one here. Batters found life very hard. if you look at it, it's dried up a little bit now in the afternoon sun, but still there was plenty of help for the spinners. But if you go further down, you see there's a huge patch of grass that runs through. It is slightly back of a length for the faster bowlers, and they were using it. But all in all, batting was very difficult, and batters, like I said, found it very hard to graft and accumulate runs. Will be more challenge for the batters this afternoon as the sun is out and started to crumble a little bit as well. So all in all, you got to be very, very patient as a batter, and you got to bring out your best game.
So we want to welcome you to the Stallions X and Raiders Unlimited Clash. Second day, second game here at ground number 5. I've got to my left the host captain, Stallions Jahangir. The visiting captain, Sujit Nayak. The two umpires starting with Jelani and also Sandeep. So we want to welcome you to this match and we're ready for the toss. Who's got the coin? So Cheyenne will toss. Heads is the call. And it comes up heads. Sujit, you won the toss. What you'll do?
We'll be bowling first.
All right, Sujit, you come under some fire here. You got to win this one.
Oh, definitely, definitely. All the boys are excited, and hopefully we win this game.
All right. Any changes to the side that we saw yesterday?
No changes yet, but we might use some impact players today.
All right, Sujit, all the best. You need to win from here on.
Thank you.
And we've got Cheyenne Jahangir. Cheyenne, you've lost the toss?
Yeah, it's not in our control. I think new wicket, another game, and another team in front of us. So just try to apply ourselves, play to the situation, and try to get some runs on the board.
All right. So what you would have done had you win the toss?
We were looking to bat first. The wicket seems a little bit dry, and it's only going to get drier as the day progresses, and it's going to break apart as well. We've seen yesterday, the fourth inning, especially on this wicket, was tough, so we would have batted first as well.
All right. So any changes to your team when you played yesterday? This morning, actually.
We have the same side.
All right. So
All in readiness for the action. Nosh Kenjige, you saw the pitch report and the happenings of the toss. Yesterday, Stallions X, they really got a wonderful victory. This morning, they come undone against Atlanta Fire. So, one win, one loss for the Stallions X. Raiders Unlimited, they've got job to do as well in this group. This is a very fiercely contested Atlanta Open 2025. Every game looks like a must-win game. Kenjige has started quite beautifully. Cheyenne Jahangir looking to stay compact and settling into his seat. Alongside me is Lenia Chaibar. Just get on to him. Nosh Kenjige not giving much time between the deliveries, gets ready pretty quickly. Got the long off a bit straighter for him and gets a man over from on the onside. You see on the screen towards the offside as well, strengthening that offside field. Cheyenne Jahangir and Tejinder Singh have come out to open. Raiders Unlimited with 2 defeats. Nosh Kenjige concedes a single where exactly that fielder was before this ball. Yeah, Raiders Unlimited will have to score a win in this game. For them, it's a must-win game because Atlanta Fire with 2 victories, Seattle with 2 victories, and the much fancied Stallions X hurting after that first loss. They will be looking to put things right and collect a couple of points before they head to their hotels for the day. This is a big one. That's gone all the way. Tejinder Singh forgetting what happened in the morning and starts off brilliantly. Very good afternoon, Lenia Chaibar.
Thank you, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃. And look at this. A big shot from 𝗃𝗍𝗃 Singh, given a promotion instead of Sharad Lamba. And look at that in the first over. Up until then, we've seen a quality over from 𝐾𝐜𝐵, one of the best in the business. And along with Shaheen Jahangir, 𝗃𝗍𝗃 Singh given a promotion. We saw him batted in the middle yesterday, but he has been sent along with the captain. Massive shot again in the offside this time, and this will go all the way into the bushes, and 2 sixes in that over.
Well, the result will say it's 6 of each shot, but this was out of the top draw. This is one of the most difficult strokes and one of the most prettiest strokes as well. In to out, no follow through whatsoever, and look at how far that ball went. That is glorious piece of timing from 𝗃𝗍𝗃 Singh. Close out over number 1 is 13 for none.
So you going or you want me? So 𝗂𝗃𝗃 will come into the attack. And as we settle in here, let's recap what has happened. Stallions X was sent in by Raiders, and we talked about a must-win situation for the Raiders Unlimited. They've lost their opening 2 games. And you look at Stallions X, they've won 1, they've lost 1. Went down to the Atlanta Fire not too long ago. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has been given the ball. So 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃, 𝗃𝗍𝗃 on one end, 𝗂𝗃𝗃, who has made a name for himself in the USA, he has been given the ball.
Well, let's see if 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has any gifts to offer for Shaheen Jahangir, because it's his birthday today. He's 33. The morning outing didn't quite go to plan, but what he has in the offing in this afternoon. So happy birthday to you, Shaheen Jahangir. Wonderful cricketer.
And the fact is, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃 got a half century yesterday. Got a 55 against the Atlanta Force and got 10 not too long ago. So already with a half century, but let's see what happens on this his special day. 𝗂𝗃𝗃. A tall, fast bowler, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃. How important? I know it's important, but let's talk about the importance of height when you want to bowl fast.
Yeah, we saw a tall fast bowler, another tall fast bowler, Najaf Shah, on this track. Although he was bowling from that far end, got plenty of bounce and troubled the top order of the Kingsman, the much fancied Kingsman, the likes of Ramiz, Saad Ali. Got Saad of a beauty. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 also has the ability to extract extra bounce. Fast bowlers have found it hard with their run-ups over the wicket from this combox end, though. Their takeoff and landing spots.
Yeah, a couple of good balls in this over. And 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃, even if not only the pitch, if you probably venture maybe 15 yards outside of the square, there's a slight slope again, so it's really an uphill there. And we saw in the last game one player had a little bit of drop when he was trying to get to one of the balls. So you've got to be acquainted with the area. Into the offside, fielder will come around. It falls in no man's land, but it was high in the air for some time off the bat of 𝗃𝗍𝗃 Singh.
Well, that is some statement from 𝗃𝗍𝗃 Singh. He's come out all guns blazing, and he is not going to hold back. I think the word that I heard from some of the teams playing in this ground, they think you got to go hard with the new ball, because later on it becomes difficult. We saw in the first game 45 was scored in the first 5 overs, and that really proved the difference, because after that time onward, batting really become a struggle.
Yeah, when you look at this Stallions X's batting order, very solid one. They've Sharad, will come a little bit later on. 𝗃𝗍𝗪 has been given an opportunity and already has made a statement. A couple of sixes in the last over. He's not afraid to go after 𝗂𝗍𝗪, realizing that there's only two men outside. One at square leg and the other one at third man. And 𝗂𝗡𝗄 will watch for that popular occurrence where the batter will find one of two men outside of the ring. Oh, inside edge, dragged on, and Stallions Jahangir goes for two.
Well, he was looking to be proactive, walked right across his stump to create that stroke onto the onside. Undone once again by the double pace nature, and you feel he was early into the shot, an inside edge. On his big day, Stallions Jahangir had a quiet outing, but 𝗂𝗍𝗪, who generally generates a lot of bounce and gets the batters on the top edge, this time a bottom edge and onto the stumps. Stallions gone, early wicket for the Raiders Unlimited. It's 15 for 1.
Comes to the middle. Got a duck yesterday, 𝗂𝗡𝗄. In fact, got a duck against the Atlanta Fire. And he comes out here 15 for 1. We've seen a strike early here for 𝗂𝗍𝗪.
He's got a collection of ducks now from this 𝗃𝗃 Sports Complex. Must be hurting his ego. He's an international. Played the 50-over World Cup, T20 World Cup for Pakistan. He's unorthodox. Watch out for some of his unorthodox strokes.
Yeah, he takes one down. That completes a very good over from 𝗂𝗍𝗪. 3 off the over. Picked up the wicket of Stallions. And so 2 gone. They're batting first. Stallions X, 16 for 1. So Abhishek Paradkar has been given the ball. He replaces 𝗃𝗍𝗪. 𝗃𝗍𝗪 went for 13 in the last over. We saw 2 massive sixes off the bat of 𝗃𝗍𝗪.
Considering that, 2 left-arm spinners in the earlier game, Hassan went for 8 of his 4 and Harmeet went for 11 of his 4. 𝗃𝗍𝗪 got better that strike rate in only 1 over, 13. I think that was planned by 𝗃𝗍𝗪, and 𝗃𝗍𝗪 might just have come with only one plan. Let's see if he sticks to that after the fall of Stallions Jahangir.
It's a ball defended here by Usman Khan. We talked about the lean patch by Usman Khan in a couple of days of competition, 𝗂𝗡𝗄, but you made a point, a little bit unorthodox but very effective.
He generally, if the ball is flying through, he backs off and opens up both sides of the field. Particularly good against spin.
Now we talked about Raiders Unlimited. We'll have to salvage some bit of pride and try to make this trip here in Atlanta in 2025 a meaningful one. And by that I mean their remaining 2 games they'll have to win.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, the group is so tight that teams with 1 loss will be looking over their shoulders and for net run rates.
Flicked away, lovely shot from Usman Khan. Will do his confidence a bit of good as 𝗃𝗍𝗪, the hard hitter. A couple of sixes under his belt already. Comes in to strike.
Yeah, at the start of the over, I made a comment about Tejinder that he might have just come up with one plan. So far, 4 deliveries, 13 runs. He's been off strike for a while. Let's see what he does with the pace of Bharadkar. Fielders are running everywhere. Third has gone back into the circle. Mid-on is going back. There's a fielder in front of square on the onside as well on the boundary. Only 2 allowed, of course, power play.
Yeah, looking to pull. Ball may have slowed up, but you see the intention here from Tajinder Singh. He wants to get an early start.
Yeah, shake of the head. I think he took the blow, hopefully not to the bony part of the elbow. He swung around. You could see that he got hit on his right side. That is a sign that he was already through the shot.
Into the offside, over the head of the fielder. And he may have gotten hands to it, but the ball goes away for 4.
I think it burst through his hands. Tajinder was not going to come behind that ball. He backed away, cleared the front leg to open up that offside. Yeah, just little tip of the fingers. Heath Richards, probably one of the tallest boys on the park. If anyone had a chance, it would have been him. It was only him because of his height. He was able to put some fingertips onto it. But 4 runs, Tajinder is making valiant contribution up top.
A more commanding one over the head of Keith Richards by some distance and gone for his 3rd maximum.
Yeah, he got under it on that occasion. That little bottom hand coming into play to lift it over and get more elevation. And Bharadkar finishes off with the boundary. Tajinder Singh, important runs. This could not be a big scoring game like we saw in the morning. 3 done, 27 for 1.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
So the action continues. Corner dry continues. Ball kept a tad low, but Shaw Faisal, we've seen a blazing in so far from Tajinder Singh. 4 sixes, he's up to 23.
He just cannot wait at the non-striker end. He was looking for that quick single to get on again. I think the best thing Usman can do at this stage, the way Tajinder is feeling, we get him on and he's riding a wave. Let's see how long that continues. The difference of a few overs of Tajinder Singh, it keeps going in this vein, could mean a significant contribution in terms of runs.
Oh, this one goes high into the onside. Will clear the leg side boundary by some yards. Another 6 here. In fact, this time off the bat of Usman Khan.
Well, Usman telling Tajinder Singh, you can just wait a little longer, let me get in on the act. That's his favorite mode of attack against the quick bowlers. Deep in the crease, clearing that front leg. I think it might have been a slow delivery which allowed more time to Usman to line it up. That is the real first one off the meat of his bat ever since he's arrived here in Rydell. Easily his best score of the 3 innings so far, because he got a couple of ducks previously, like Lenny said.
Oh, flicked away. Lovely shot using the pair. Oh, fielder comes in. And we'll have to pick that fielder up. Might have been Heath Richards again, but he's been in the action. And what an effort from Heath Richards.
Yeah, he had to come a long way in and had to dive forward. Usman was going to do that again to 𝗂𝗍𝗽. This time 𝗂𝗍𝗽 followed him slightly further, so he couldn't get underneath. He made good ground, Heath Richards, but couldn't keep hold of the ball as he hit the turf. 10 out of 10 for the effort though. And now Tejinder is back on strike. Challenge, he keep coming back at 𝗂𝗍𝗽. Long on is coming back, so long on and deep square leg are the two sweepers.
Yeah, we've seen 7 in this over so far. 𝗂𝗍𝗽 has picked up 1, got a wicket of Cheyenne. Yeah. Making room to access the offside, and the ball goes through to Unmukt-Chan.
That was expected. Tejinder looking to open up the offside. It was a quick delivery from 𝗂𝗍𝗽. Have a look at that. And look at the bounce as well. Unmukt-Chan collecting it right in front of his face, fingers pointing up. Fast bowlers on a pitch like this, if spinners are making it tough, if you can bowl quick, well, I'd rather be doing that.
Oh, uppercut into the offside, could go all the way. And we'll wait and see. Might have dropped inside the ropes. And umpire Sandeep goes downstairs. 4 runs off the bat of Tejinder Singh, and he picks up another boundary.
Yeah, 𝗂𝗍𝗽 once again going for that short stuff. Probably Tejinder was expecting it. This is where at times 𝗂𝗍𝗽 has come up short when the batters attack him. Just kind of become a little more predictable. Now change of field. Mid-on is in and mid-wicket has gone back. So mid-wicket and square leg now. Is he looking to go full? Is he going to look to bowl short on the body?
Into the offside.
Ooh, found the fielder. Really struck it hard, Tejinder. Well, Tejinder is started in the top gear, and he's continuing in that vein. 40 for 1 after 4. 𝗂𝗍𝗽. Well, this is a good battle. Usman is good against spin, but these conditions are very difficult. Now the slip has come out. Usman's got a good pull shot, a good sweep against the spin, and a good cut shot as well.
The ball stroked into the offside and brings the man who has been the talk of the game so far. And that is because we've seen 3 6s and a couple of 4s, Shaw Faisal. And he's really given the Stallions X a massive start. A quick start. They're going at over 9 runs and over.
They've started like a fast train. Yes, we hear the horns probably in the background. Just a little bit of a discrepancy in the score bar. Tejinder goes big. This one gets held up in the pitch. I don't remember a 2 being scored in this over. Lenny, that second ball that shows 2 runs. Just the one single so far of this over.
Oh, big swing, a bit of an edge, passes Unmukhchan. Daniel Bob has to run back. Couple more runs here for Tejinder Singh and pushes the score up into the 40s.
I still feel there is a little discrepancy in the score. It's showing 43 at the moment. Towards the back end of the last over, the last ball was a dot delivery. Wide given by Gilani. 𝗂𝗍𝐺 didn't like it. This was short and wide again. It's lucky that he just got away with one wide and not more than that.
Yeah, hammered into the hands of corner dry, and 𝗂𝗍𝐺 picks up the important wicket of Tejinder Singh.
Well, that flurry, Tejinder Singh wasn't going to hold back. He came out with one plan and it was good whilst it lasted. An important contribution of 31 runs under the circumstances. He's really given his team a fantastic boost with that knock. But 𝗂𝗍𝐺 had the last laugh. Fires it in, cramps him for space, no timing. Say pair of hands, corner dry. And Stallions X has lost their second wicket. They are now 44 for 2.
Shahan Jayasuriya comes into the attack, 42 for 2. We've seen the fall of Tejinder Singh, quick fire 29, and Jahangir on 2.
Yeah, that contribution of Tejinder quite crucial. Remember those 29 runs later in the day if this game runs tight. But there is an opening here for the Raiders Unlimited with 2 wickets.
So Shahan comes to the middle, and we were talking about some run getters in previous year of competition. And Shahan Jayasuriya, Shah Faisal in 2024. Most runs of that tournament, 213 back then. Mohsin had a good year also, 208.
The umpire was waiting for the scorer for the confirmation of that wide, which has come now. 𝗂𝗍𝐺 2 wides in the over.
Could be another one here, and so a couple of wides by 𝗂𝗍𝐺.
Yeah, when it turns so much, even those bowlers, they'll have to make the adjustments. Normally starting out on middle stump to cramp the left-hander won't be a bad idea. Here 𝗂𝗍𝐺 starts it on middle stump and it turns and goes past the leg stump. Starts off further wider this time to end within the stumps. First run for Shahan Jayasuriya to close out over number 5. It is 45 for 2. Is that my bottle of water?
I think so, because this is mine.
Make sure.
So 45 for the loss of 2. And 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃, it appears 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗏 has switched end, replaces 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃. And we'll come into bowl to Shahan Jayasuriya, who's just come to the crease at the fall of 𝗃𝗍𝗃 Singh. And playing a miss, a brilliant start. They're asking, and umpire Sandeep says not out.
There was a big appeal. 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 didn't even look back until he got to the other end. Turned around to see Sandeep wasn't moving. Good start there. 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 and Shahan Chase, who is normally a free-flowing batter, finding it hard here, like most batters have. There's a clear daylight between the bat and the ball on that occasion. Nothing much from Unmukh Chand initially until he saw 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 go up.
Yeah, taking a painful blow, I'm pretty sure, of the bowling of 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃. So Shahan, a massive nasty blow on the arm, on the finger.
It would have been even more painful if that ball had hit the stumps direct, because then he would have had to pick up his stuff and walk off. At least he is in the middle, still fighting it out. In fact, he didn't even go for that run. He went back, and it would have been Usman Khan who would have walked back.
So that has summoned the medical staff. And 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗏 with your local games, and sometimes these tournaments you've got to improvise with your own bit of personnel to come and fix you up at times.
Exactly, and look at the smiles from Unmukh Chand. I mean, what kind of message it will give to the batters of Raiders Unlimited as well. I mean, for now they'll be happy to see that ball jumping up and down when they're in the field. But the same strip and same challenges when they come out to bat. Like we saw in the first game, Kingsman, 142 on the face of it didn't look big, but when they came out to chase, it was hard to find even a run at times. The batters really struggling, so runs on the board definitely key on this strip, and 45 of them so far for the Stallions X. Good banter between the two teams, quite friendly. A lot of these players, they play a lot of cricket together at times as well, so the camaraderie is still there.
Yeah, you're right on that. And what has really become popular in these days of franchise cricket, 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗏, you play one day with, and then tomorrow you're playing again. So you've got to, in my estimation, you've got to maintain a good relations, because nothing to get too upset about, because tomorrow he'll be your teammates somewhere along the line.
So you're trying to say don't make any enemies.
Leave it on, play hard, leave it on the field.
Yeah, tomorrow you might need to share the dressing room with them or the field with them. So yeah, that's the changing nature and changing face of cricket these days. Franchise cricket means that you cannot go too hard, too offensive against players. Back in the day when only national teams used to play, you're not like, if you go hard against one opposition, you're not likely to see them for another couple of years or so for the return tour. That's a long time. Not anymore.
So while there's a break in the action, I want to remind you, if you're watching this, I'm pretty sure you're on the MLC network, you can see the other live games happening. So it looks like Shahan will take a timeout here, 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗏.
Yeah, and that's his left arm as well, which is his bowling arm. If he was needed to bowl, he's decided to take the precautionary way, just leave the field. We'll have to see would it be temporary or not, but he's out now, and Usman Khan will be joined by a new batter. I think it looks like Hassan Mohsin to me.
Could be Usman Khalid. Well, no, Usman Khan is out there already, so
the shirt numbers could be misleading at times. It's not Hassan Mohsin, that's for sure. Apologies for that.
Sharad.
See a band on his right hand. That is Sharad Lamba's identification for me, I think. Looks
Yeah,
like
good
him.
chance it's him because he hasn't come at the top of the order.
Sharad
So,
Lamba. Yep.
and I think they're still trying to retire Hurt. It's not one of the things you do so much on cricket clubs. So, Shaw Faisal, when the opportunity comes, you're scampering to figure. But I know on cricket clubs you go to actions, and there's a tab that you say you can retire him, retire Hurt, retire him out. And retire out would be the ones, and sometimes you're playing these friendly games and you just want to retire a batsman because he made 50 or he made X amount of runs. But as in this case, you want to send him out because Shahan Jayasuriya has retired Hurt. Sharad Lamba got that correct, and so 3 dot balls in this over from 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃. Oh, big shot into the onside and gone for a maximum.
Well, it needed to come. Sharad Lamba starts off in an attacking fashion. 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 slightly shorter, little puff of dust, but Lamba advances down and puts him away. 50 brought up. That is a good start for the skipper.
Yeah, lovely shot again.
Apologies, in fact, Shayan is the skipper. Sharad Lamba has led teams in the past, but not this one for this year's championship.
Yeah, we've seen a very good start from him. Shaw Faisal, he's a top-class player. Already just taking one ball to get adjust to the pitch, and then the second ball, a big shot into the onside. And now 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 goes to the exact region in which he had cleared the ropes.
Well,
And
back away and find a boundary through the offside. That is what Sharad may be thinking.
Well, Daniel Bob came in from the third man area. So we've got 2 men riding on the onside, one backward square, Heath Richards, and now 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 goes up towards a mid-wicket position. A couple of balls remaining here for 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃. They're up to 51, as you can see. A little bit of sound.
I don't think it carried to the wicket-keeper. One more chance, scrambling, diving forward. And 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 looking to follow Sharad Lamba. Cramped him for space. Little glove. Did it carry and he dropped it? I think it did carry. Oh, Unmukh Chand. How crucial or how costly could that be?
Ball into the offside. Daniel Lamb comes in quickly, can't save one. 6 gone. We're done with the power play. It's 52 for 2.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃 Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
So another bowling change. Bowler number 4 to be used. Daniel Bob has been given the ball. Shaw Faisal, and he comes in here with Sharad Lamba. We have already seen a big one from him. He joins Usman Khan.
52 for 2. Runs on the board is key, kept saying, and after a loss this morning, Stallion X to put a good total. Oh, pulls away at the last minute. Was 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗃 saying something to Sharad Lamba?
Into the hands of 𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗃. Fast, straight, accepted. Lamba is gone.
Yeah, Lamba would be very disappointed with himself. There have been plenty of difficult and unplayable deliveries on this pitch. This wasn't one of them. There was opportunity for runs in that, but he hit it straight to the fielder. He hit it quite well, but catchable height and straight to the fielder. Looking for that boundary, but finds 𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗃. Lamba 1-6 and out. And 3 down now for the Stallions. 52 on the board.
So Hassan Mohsin walks to the middle. Seen a very good start here from Daniel Bob. Shah Faisal, you're throwing the ball, you come in, you get a first ball, the opening ball of your spell, and you've picked up one. And it's the big wicket of Sharad Lamba.
Yeah, big wicket indeed. Once you get away with a big shot, you feel better about yourself, and if you can carry that momentum for 12-15 balls in these conditions, you could make a telling difference. But not to be for Sharad Lamba. Hassan Mohsin is a very, very innovative batter. Sometimes on conditions like this, the more orthodox you are, the more difficult it is.
So he gets a very good ball from Daniel Bob, the man who comes out of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, beautiful island in the Caribbean. Few test cricketers from that island. Shah Faisal, let's see how many you know. Winston Davis, Winston Davis, Ian Allen, Sunil Ambris.
St. Lucia, you said, right?
St. Vincent.
St. Vincent, ooh. I know the first ever game that was played in St. Vincent. That was Pakistan West Indies, the one-day international, which I think Pakistan won to make a comeback in the series from 2-0 down to 2-1. Winston Benjamin, probably the most famous.
Stroked into the offside. Benjamin is from Antigua. Winston Davis.
Winston
tall,
Davis. Oh, the
tall, lanky
world record holder in ODI cricket for some time.
Correct.
7/450 something in the World Cup.
So Hassan
Davis, going back a long time.
Mike Findlay back in the days when Derek Murray kept. Played briefly, edged from Mohsin, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. So that will complete the 7th over. And so 7 gone is 56 for the loss of 3.
Two on the
more left arm spin here, Shah Faisal. And teams are carrying them in bundles. Sujit Nayak, the captain, comes in to the bowling fray.
He was loosening up in the last over, and we've seen left arm spin has been mighty effective today, at least here in field 5 of 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. What's a good score here, Lenny? I'll put you on the spot.
135, 140. I'm being realistic.
Ooh, 140. Stallions X will be very happy with that.
125 on the low end, 140 if we can have a big middle order production. Yeah, a couple of good balls here from Sujit Nayak, getting the ball to bounce and turn. And 𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗃, I think sometimes commentators can make very good tactician, because if I were to captain this game, I'll put 2 slips in now. And that is because we've seen so much. We've seen so much on that end, and we've seen so much of left arm spin, and we know where the ball has fallen.
Yeah, our observations are way more than these players. Probably they won't have seen much of that game in the morning. They'll be just relying on verbal informations, but we've seen every ball deliver, and that slip is quite wide as well. So Sujit Nayak, being the skipper himself, will rue the fact if anything goes between Unmukt and that fielder in the slips. It's ringing the changes, but not the one that you suggested, Lenny.
Yeah, a lot of defensive changing. He's trying to protect the singles. Now he's moved the player around from the deep area. Bob has come a little bit straighter. In fact, Bob has come from the offside. Look at that, very improvised. And a couple of runs there for Hassan Mohsin. In fact, he gets 4, and that's a well executed shot.
Yeah, Hassan Mohsin will have his own bag of tricks. I said, the more unorthodox you are on this pitch, the better, because your technique will be really challenged if you want to play conventionally. Good technique on that one even. Mohsin got down nice and early, allowed the free path for the bat to come through and make contact with the ball.
Yeah, very well played from Hassan Mohsin. Yeah, good deliveries. Sujit Nayak, we talked about one of 3 left-arm spinner we've seen so far. 𝗫𝐿𝐺𝐜 would have started, and then we saw Daniel Bob. And even the left-armers in general, 𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗃, even the left-arm seamer has been quite prominent here at the Atlanta Open. The 8th over comes to a close. It's 61 for the loss of 3.
Cut away by Usman Khan. Just a single. Double the score here for the Stallions, and they get up to 124, which could still represent a very challenging total on this pitch. I don't think there's anything to do with early morning moisture or toss here, because I don't think it's going to get any better. This pitch is going to remain the same at best, if not get worse.
It's a big appeal, now says the umpire. And the fact is, 𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗃, they've got a lot of overs still to come. We're just in the 9th. Take a look at this one from Daniel Bob. Big appeal.
Yeah, with the ball turning so much and bouncing, as this one is gone over just and bounces away to the boundary. Sujit Nayak was chasing it down, but it went away. Another important boundary from Hassan Mohsin.
Yeah, another switch hit again. And this time effective again, 𝗂𝗶𝗃𝗃. We saw in the previous over, similar one, similar position.
Now the field is moved. That fielder has come at backward point on the boundary. So literally when he gets into position, he's playing with the spin because he almost becomes a left-hander. Opens up that gap for himself and gets a single. That's good batting. Boundary and a single.
Yeah, we've seen an over from Daniel Bob already. Gone for 4, picked up 1. Picked up the wicket of Sharad Lumba. This was gone for 7.
Too short and allowed Usman to rotate. Another pitch that kind of length could have disappeared, but not here because the ball sticks and turns even from that length. But Hassan Mohsin has made an impact. 9 of 12. We've seen very few batters on this pitch today scoring at more than 100 strike rate.
Into the offside, this time conventional, and that's a lovely cover drive for 4.
Yeah, playing the field now, Hassan Mohsin. That sweeper had come behind square and he'd carved it away in front of square to the right of that sweeper. And that ball rolls away. No chance. 2 boundaries in the over. Brilliant proactive batting from Hassan Mohsin. 9 done, 72 for 3.
So they
Commentary within him.
Yeah, big swing and a miss from Usman Khan. Gets an edge. And they settle for 1. So we come down to the 10th over in progress here, Shaw Faisal. And you talked about doubling the score. We've seen a good partnership. We've seen a good knock from Mohsin and Usman Khan.
Yeah, double this score and that will be almost a match-winning score. You'd think what we've seen in the morning. One thing I have to say, we're only 50 minutes into the game and into the 10th over. The flow of the games have been brilliant. I have to give a lot of credit to the match officials on this field today for both the games. The umpires are umpire Sandeep on your screen, and square leg is umpire Gilani, who's officiating from the far end. Credit to these gentlemen. Is it a drop chance? Is it a drop chance? The reactions would suggest so. It was a low full toss, thumped in the air, and it looks like it did carry to that fielder in the covers. It's a little flick of the bottom hand. Yes, indeed it did. Once again, brilliant execution of the switch hit. Sujit Gada frustrated, but that is beautiful batting from Hassan Mohsin.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that that gap has never been blocked up. And look at that. 3rd time we've seen it executed to perfection. And that has gone away for another boundary. Mohsin.
And he fetched it from way outside the leg stump. Leg stump from his original guard. But when he turns into a left-hander, it was way outside his off stump. Couldn't get the single after the boundary this time around. But the momentum is there for the innings thanks to the brilliance of Hassan Mohsin. Usman is doing his part. 1 big hit, but other than that, he's just hanging in there.
Yes, still a good over here. Comes to an end. So 10 gone, halfway stage. 77 for the loss of 3. 𝗧 has been given the ball, and he comes in here halfway stage. And the short ball picks up a wicket. Usman Khan goes for 15, 77 for 4.
Well, that is a very soft dismissal. Same was the case with Sharad Lamba. This pitch has produced many impossible, unplayable deliveries, and this one wasn't one of them. Usman got underneath it, got the top edge, and walking back dejectedly. He fought hard, stayed in the middle for 17 deliveries for his 15, and it's now 77 for 4.
Shehan is coming back. Shehan Jayasuriya comes back. The last time we saw him, Shah Faisal, he got a form hit on his finger and retired hurt, but he's back. At that time, he was 1 off 3 balls.
He will resume, and on the back of a bit of a partnership there, the situation had improved a little bit for the Stallions X. Need another little partnership of 25-30 runs here to get them past 100, and that will put pressure on Raiders Unlimited. But inspired change, 𝗧 getting the wicket of the very first delivery.
Yeah, we talked about the influx of players globally that has come to this event from the other years, and they've returned here in 2025. Shah Faisal, 𝗧 comes from the country of Jersey, and also we talked about the Danny Lamb coming from the UK, and of course players from the Caribbean.
Yeah, there's quite a few of the players. They've come. And over the years, players have come from all parts of the world. I remember the likes of James Vince, Ravi Bopara, Colin Munro, Martin Guptill. They
Samit
have
Patel,
all
I think.
made an entry here. Samit Patel, probably.
Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, he was the one as well. And so quite a few players have come here and graced the Atlanta Open over the years. Good take from Unmukt Chand, really moving across very swiftly. Must have been blinded by the batter. Not easy to do that against someone like Hassan Mohsin rather, who moves around in the crease, makes it difficult for the keeper.
Well, guided away, could pick up a couple of runs here. Fielder comes in quite quickly, they'll stay for 1. Yeah, Shah Faisal, he's played a good hand. Hassan Mohsin. You talked about partnership a few moments ago. We've seen a couple of big ones, 29 between Usman Khan and Tajinder Singh. And we also saw 20+ one between Hassan Mohsin and the man that departed, Usman Khan, not too long ago. Yeah, into the offside. And another thing to mention about the Atlanta Open in 2025, Shah Faisal, I think this is what, maybe the 3rd year we're playing on full turf.
Yeah, that's another feature of that, and that has happened thanks to this beautiful facility as well that has come up in this part of the world, which is seeing a lot of cricket. I mean, this has been a very busy place, starting from the Under-19 World Cup qualifiers back in July.
So ball guided away, a lovely shot again, but we'll only get 1. Fielder comes in quite quickly, a shot that he's been quite effective, but only been able to pick up 1.
Yeah, never in the wide world you would have thought 10 years ago that a spinner will have a conventional 3rd man. That is thanks to those switch hits and the reverse ramps and stuff. Hassan Mohsin has created that gap for himself. At least for the strike rotation. Like he said, he's only getting a run, but at times getting a run has been difficult on this pitch.
So this will close out the over. Punch into the offside. So 11 gone. It's 83 for the loss of 4. You see. The ball cracked into the offside. Shahan picks up another run as 𝗵𝗺𝗵𝗃𝗃 comes into the attack. 𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Runs at a premium and put a youngster in the spotlight against two very good players. One of them pretty settled on the crease, Hassan Mohsin. And Sanjay Surya resuming. He's also faced 7 deliveries, so well, we got an uninvited guest inside the field of play. And Jayesh Patel has got into action immediately. And somebody lost their way. Action resumes. He's looking to get the helicopter out. Got too close to the ball. Hassan Mohsin. He's looking to put pressure on. It's gone straight and a long way. Go fetch that. Hassan Mohsin, after hitting a few boundaries, has got his first maximum. That is a great piece of batting from Hassan.
Yeah, lovely shot again. You made mention of his first 6, coupled with 4 so far. And he's playing a very good hand. Look at that. He's up to 28 from just 19 balls. A big strike down the ground.
And then rotates the strike. That is good batting. Brought off spin against him because he was playing with the field against the left arm spinners with that switch hit. The off spinner can just settle the field. He didn't try to attempt that reverse against the off spinner. There was no protection for the off spinner on the offside.
And Faisal, we talked about the points so far. Stallions X, they've lost 1, they've won 1. We talked about they're in a very tough group.
Turns right across the face of the bat. That is a good finish to the over, but a good one there for the Stallions X. 8 off it. It's 91 for 4. No 𝗫𝗫𝗫𝗫 1 for 20 so far of his too. Hassan couldn't get through the inner ring. That fielder is placed for Hassan Mohsin's switch hit behind square on the offside. It's right on the fence. So Hassan will have to come up with other options to find that boundary. And he does quite spectacularly. Over extra cover, into out. The most beautiful strokes executed with great style.
Yeah, classy shot from Hassan Mohsin, who continues to bat well. His second six of the innings. And this one has gone a long way. That is pure timing. Then he picks up another boundary, brings them closer to 100. And a lovely shot again from Hassan Mohsin.
Would be worth having another look because he didn't bludgeon it. He just stroked it. The key was the footwork. He came down and out a little bit to allow for the arms to go through. Have a look at that footwork. Down and out. Gave himself that room. And he just stroked it. Look at the flourish, the follow through. There wasn't much. Just the punch, and lifts the ball gracefully over the fence. That is a shot of the top order.
Yeah, no wonder he timed it so well, Shaw Faisal. He really set himself up. Well executed. We saw a couple of unconventional ones from him. And he continues to bat well. He'll need support as we come down to the remaining 7 overs after this one.
Look at the stature of Hassan Mohsin. He's just slender. Not a lot of muscle. But if you can have timing like that, wow, makes up for that. Pushing 𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗃 into further pressure. Hasn't been easy for 𝗃𝗃𝗃. He went for 13 in his first over, 7 in the second. In the context of the game, even 7 and over is an expensive one for someone like 𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗃. What's going to be his response? Hassan is very, very quick between the stumps as well. Single and rotates to strike. Gives it to Jayasuriya now.
And the fact is, Shaw Faisal, Hassan Mohsin has got a good. He's in good company with Shahad Jayasuriya, an accomplished player.
Obviously, Hassan Mohsin is one of those as well who played the Under-19 World Cup for Pakistan. Just stayed around the scene for a few years. Couldn't find himself that opening that is required. His style of play, a little bit of batting, a little bit of bowling, excellent fielder. He's gone straight up. Unmukt has called for it and takes it. And Jayasuriya walks back. It was a high ball. Unmukt makes sure that nobody was coming around him. He shouted loud, and a timely breakthrough for 𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗃.
So Jayasuriya out of retirement, didn't work out too long. Yeah, looking to go big into the onside top edge, and Unmukt Chan did the right thing, the man with the gloves. You've always wanted him to call for it, and he held on for dear life. 98 for 5.
What was the fall of 4th wicket? It's the 21 non-partnership.
It is 6.
Arya Kananta, the new man in. Though Shahan Jayasuriya didn't make many himself, but he's part of that little partnership of 21 for that 5th wicket. The context of the game, these little contributions are pretty valuable. It's gone up straight off the glove, and the finger's gone up. Arya Kananta, who had a brief innings yesterday as well, he attempted that shot quite a few times. Only one success. Today, no success after one attempt, and he will have to walk back.
Yeah, didn't stick around too long. Straight away got into the act. And look at that, very easy catch for 𝗁𝗏𝗂𝗃 Nayak, the captain, and all of a sudden 𝘘𝐿𝐮𝐵 is on a hat-trick. We've seen that more than 2 times today. Well, we saw it twice.
At least twice that I remember. Usman Tariq was on a hat-trick, and
Akhtar
Shah earlier. And now it will be the turn of 𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗃, who had a difficult day so far, but then 2 wickets now in this over and 3 altogether. Gives his figures some respectability. Wickets will be the key here. So 6 down, 98. Couple wickets here real quick, and you can get Stallions X down for 8 for 110.
Like
you're back in the game.
𝗂𝗄 Faisal, they got off to a very good start. Remember, at the end of the power play, they were batting a 52 for 2. They were batting a 52 when they lost their 3rd wicket, and now look, 98 for 6. So things have really gone south in the last 6 overs or so.
Well, the next batter probably wasn't ready because back-to-back wickets. Looks like it's 𝗂𝗃𝗃 Bhatti, who's a very experienced cricketer, a very good bat as well. He is a left-arm spinner by trade, but he's batting, and not even that, it's Faraz Ali batting at number 8. Fresh off a 92 in the Mani League final. Faraz Ali for the Kingsmen. He's now batting at 8. He's a top order batter by trade, so they still got 𝗂𝗃𝗃 Bhatti waiting in the wings, who is pretty capable. So there is some batting left. Like I said, another partnership of 20-25 runs in the context of the game. These are valuable contributions. 𝗂𝗫𝗃𝗃 has bowled quite a few wides today. Yet another one. Taking them closer to the 100 mark. Big psychological boost with 7 overs to go. Oh, there's a little fumble. Hassan Mohsin won't be able to come back for the second. For us, coming out of Karachi, Pakistan originally, could be very good against spin, as 100 has been brought up. 13 gone. 100 for 6, Stallion X. Talking about Faraz Ali, originally from Karachi, Pakistan, and players from that part of the world, especially the batters, they're really good against spin. Beautifully played. He waited for the ball to pitch and turn. Played it late despite advancing down the wicket. Found the gap perfectly. Good start for Faraz Ali.
Yeah, very well played. Look at that. Picked his gap. Saw a lot of open spaces into the offside. And just bisecting the gap. Lovely shot for 4.
Moving away again, but this time the length was fuller. Unforced error from 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗡, wait for the umpire's signal, a bye. It adds up though in this low scoring game. What's the count of extras, Lenny, in this inning? Because it
we've
be
seen
crucial.
6 so far, 5 wides and 1 bye.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Consider that, I think 4 wides have been bowled by 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗡, who generally is the most accurate of the bowlers. It's a big shout, unconvincing from behind the stumps because 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗡 had to chase the ball. Didn't quite add the weight to the appeal.
Yeah, looks like to be going down the leg side.
Shots of catch it and taken. You felt 𝗂𝗁𝗃𝗃 had rushed a bit too far. That's what he's suggesting. He's misjudged it, but he's got good hands. And he has gotten rid of Hassan Mohsin. That could be a telling blow for the Stallion X. Hassan, who's looking to be aggressive, is now departed.
Yeah, big knock comes to an end into the offside, and you made mention that because of the misjudgment here from 𝗂𝗁𝗃𝗃, but look at that. That makes the beauty of the catch even more, because initially kind of misjudging the ball, but he held on to it. And Hassan Mohsin falls for a well played
35.
Well played 35, 4 4s and 2 6s. So a well played knock comes to an end as Kaya and well taken there by 𝗂𝗁𝗃𝗃. I had 36 for him though.
Okay, it's fine. 1 more. 36. 𝗂𝗁𝗃𝗃 batting at number 9, posting a couple of first-class hundreds as well. He's pretty capable with the bat. Still time left for him to make an impact with the bat. 1 delivery and then 6 overs after that. Beaten first ball. Pranab Bhattat has got himself a wicket. 1 for 12 off his 2. It's 105 for 7. With his final over, Faraz Ali elegantly punches it into the covers on the offside for a single. How could Stallion X do with a 20-25 run partnership here to propel them to that 125-130?
Yeah, they really got off to a good start. Enjoyed up until the 7th, in fact up until the 8th over, and then started to lose wicket quite a bit. 𝗂𝗁𝗃𝗃 has picked up 3 wickets, Shah Faisal, and so he's been good. We also saw 1 wicket apiece from Zach Tribe, Pranav and 𝗂𝗁𝗃𝗃 at the top of the order.
Lapped it away. Will look to come back for second, although 𝗂𝗁𝗃𝗃 didn't run the first run hard. In fact, Faraz Ali is also limping at the non-striker end. 2 valuable runs there to the total. Stallion X would be wary of that figure of 109 which they made in the morning, which wasn't quite enough, nowhere near enough on field 1 against Atlanta Fire. They've lost 7 getting this far in the second time of asking. Leg slip in place. Kashif goes reversing, and it still went to leg slip. Pretty close to Danny Lamb.
Yeah, Daniel Lamb just planted there. And to perfection, the ball went in his direction.
𝗵𝗂𝗄 is struggling. And this is not a pitch where you can just survive for 5 overs, swinging the bat and getting 6s. You'd have to run your runs. That is not good news.
So we're in the 15th. And probably something has flaked out of the pitch, it appears, and people are gardening there from, looks like 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. He knows because pretty soon he'll be batting on that.
Slender figure of umpire Gilani walked all the way to the length of the pitch. Breeze has picked up. It's almost risk being blown away by that wind. Tilted to one side. He's made his way back safely, and we can continue.
Aftab Gilani.
Well watched, beautifully watched till the very last minute. Daniel Bob will be very disappointed. Each and every run is of vital importance here.
Yeah, this was gone for 5. We talked about 3 wickets here for Kenjige. He will finish up. He will be the first bowler to finish a 4-over spell today in this game here. And 𝗂𝗄𝗽, when you look at the score, 110, not a bad score. They still got 5 overs remaining.
Yeah, it will take some getting. Someone would really have to play out of his skin. And Stallion X would love to add another 20 or 30 in the remaining 5 overs. Hard work though. 5 to go, 110 for 7.
Abhishek Paradkar has been reintroduced into the attack. 2 overs, no men, none for 18. He's gone quite expensive. And will come into bowl to Faraz Ali. Kashif Bhatti stands at the non-striker's end. And we're down for the last 5 𝗂𝗄𝗽. They're going at over 7 runs and over, so if they should go to their average. Oh, lovely shot. He finds the gap through the offside. And that's 4 runs for Faraz Ali.
Faraz must be hampered by that injury, but still, he can put away that ball in great style. Just backs away a little bit, and clear of that front leg, and then allowing the bat to go through, finding the gap. Boy, he really hit it sweetly. Boundary earlier in the over puts Paradkar under pressure. This time he goes the other side of the ground. Once again, it traveled very quickly, but straight to the fielder. Few yards either side, and it would have been another boundary.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of good shots from Faraz Ali. 4 to the previous ball, well executed through the offside. Lovely shot, good cricketing shot. And brings Kashif Bhatti back on strike. And you get the feeling 𝗂𝗄𝗽, based on their current run rate, they could pick up another 30-40 runs.
Wickets are the key though. You know that when we get to this stage, it can fall in a heap. And 115 for 7 could very quickly turn into 120 for 9. That is the challenge that 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃 and 𝗂𝗏𝗄 Ali would have to navigate through. Bat sensibly and don't go chasing after too many. Just pick what's available till the last over and then try and give it a whack. Still get up to 140. 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃. I thought he would have seen plenty of that already, so shouldn't be surprising him.
So 𝗃𝗃𝗃 will finish his third over here. Still some bowling options. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 still has a couple of overs. We talked about 𝗃𝐥𝐜𝐻, he's done. Whether or not Daniel Bob, the left arm spinner, will come back. Sujit Nayak, another left arm spinner.
Top edge, it will run away. Fine leg is up in the ring. A handy boundary. Second of the over. And 𝗃𝗃𝗃 going short with fine leg up was asking for trouble. He's paid the price for it.
Yeah, these shots, you're rewarded for your bravery. And it's not until you play them, and even if you get an edge, he goes for 4. So it's a brave shot, productive shot. Forget where the intention was. Gone away for 4.
So 110 at the start of the over with 5 deliveries on. It's quickly turned into 119. And that is a handy over with still 1 delivery to go. Got it over the top of the keeper. That is clever piece of batting. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 not learning. Once again a short delivery. Using the pace was 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃. And that has been a very expensive over.
Yeah, that over's gone for what, 19 I think, and look at that, an uppercut again. And so we're beginning to see a good partnership, a partnership of 18 here between Faraz Ali and 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃. A big one there for the Stallions X. It's 123 for 7 at the end of 16.
Overs to go. Daniel Bob, the left arm spinner, takes up the attack. Faraz goes down on one knee and smashes it away. That's another good start to the over, putting the bowler right under pressure from the beginning.
Yeah, another massive strike from Faraz Ali. Take a look at this one, and I wouldn't be surprised that we'll probably need a replacement ball. And this one has gone a long way in the deep side of this field and gone for 6.
In fact, they have retrieved the ball. But Faraz Ali is turning it on. A strike rate of 200 on this pitch. Can you believe that? Batting at number 8. Though he's a top order batter. But showing his versatility here. Picks up a single to give it to 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃 now.
Yeah, this is
130 now achieved. A psychological number in my opinion.
Yeah, this is a very good score. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 with still overs to come. And we've seen a good knock from 𝗂𝗃 and Faraz. They've posted 25 so far.
He's gone again. The switch hit to good effect from 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃. In fact, it might have been Faraz. Two quite look-alike left-handers. It is 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃. Made a good connection. No protection. Will make Daniel Bob think about a change of field. Closing that gap between the fielders, square and behind square on the offside. No sweepers. 𝗂𝗃 looking for a gentle tap on that occasion. Misses it.
Yeah, we saw an over previous to this one from 𝗃𝗃𝗃, went for 13. This one has gone for 11. Still a couple of balls remaining.
Fires it in down the leg side. Past on Mook. One go over the fence. Just the one. They've run, so he'll get two. I think Faraz was fancying that. That's why he didn't run hard for that second. So 136. Now this is looking very healthy for the Stallion X.
And they've moved from 7+ to over 8 and over, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃𝗃.
Wide from Daniel Bob. He doesn't want to get into the hitting arc of Faraz.
Yeah, this over's gone for 14. We talked about the previous one, went for 13.
Shots a catch it. And it's landed in the lap of long on. Wicket to end the over. In fact, one still to go for Daniel Bob, but the damage you feel had been done already. Two back-to-back overs with 13 and 14 respectively. And Faraz Ali's knock has come to an end. A very, very important and valuable contribution.
Yes, second wicket here for Daniel Bob. Straight down the throat of Heath Richards. And the big partnership of 35 between Kashif Bhatti and Faraz Ali comes to an end. 35, the tallest we have had so far. Daniel Bob picks up his second wicket. It's 137 for 8. Yeah, look at the partnership here. We talked about the partnership so far. That 32 between Faraz Ali and Kashif Bhatti. Saw 27 between Tajinder Singh and Usman Khan at the top of the order. And so two major partnership here, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃𝗃. A couple of wickets for Daniel Bob. As Newman comes to the middle.
Looks to get a quick single. But he makes it. So 15 of the over. And it is 138 for 8 after 17.
And 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃𝗃, you look at 𝗃𝗄𝗃𝗃, he's always an effort bowler. He comes in no matter what the state of the game, and there's no slack off from him. He's running off his long run. He gives you 100%.
He does. Over the years, if there's any chink in his armor, that is bowling at the death. Although his team would love for him to clean this innings off and goes through that number 9, 10 and 11. He does so. Cleans up Kashif Bhatti. One half of the job done. Corner drive with a beautiful piece of slow delivery. Just jagged back in after landing. Went through the gate.
So Kashif Bhatti falls. He loses his off stump. And 𝗃𝗄𝗃𝗃, look at that, picks up his second wicket of this match. It's 139 for 9. We are in the 18th over.
Have a look at that. Kashif Bhatti had no clue. Was looking to guide that ball through that vacant area behind square. And it just turned back in, but a valuable contribution from 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃. Every little helps, as they say. 139 for 9 with 2.4 to go.
So new man comes to the middle. We talked about a couple of wickets for 𝗂𝗃𝗃. We saw 3 from 𝗃𝐿𝐵. And we also saw 2 from Daniel Bob. We come down to the latter stages here. And 𝗂𝗃𝗃 will come into bowl.
Is it Usman Khalid batting at number 11? Puts bat to ball and collects a run to get up to 140. 142 was more than enough in the morning game here from the Clarion Eagles on this same pitch. So it will be a very, very difficult task when the Eagles come out to bat. It could be in 1 ball time, or it could be in 2.5 overs time, or anything in between.
Yeah, sure, Faisal. We were talking about when the score was around 77, 75, and we talked about doubling the score. And they're almost there. 2 last men out in the middle, Asif Mahmood and Usman Khalid. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has picked up 2 and he comes off his long run.
Chance, the throw didn't hit the stumps. Asif Mahmood took a lot of risk for that single, but I think they realized just add whatever can be done. Got a knock on his thumb, it looks like it.
Yeah, 𝗃𝐿𝐵, they have taken on 𝗃𝐿𝐵. And look at that. Usually will hit the stumps even by aiming for 1. But he has missed this time. Good running.
Yeah, he wasn't too far, maybe just 15 yards out, stump and a half to aim. 𝗃𝐿𝐵, like you said, generally he doesn't miss. One of those days Asif Mahmood wants some attention. Umpire wants to give him that opportunity, although he's at the non-striker end.
Yeah, we saw he took a blow to the fingers. And second one we've seen today, we saw earlier on Shahan Jayasuriya had to retire hurt. And I'm wondering which bowler it came off. It might have been Paratkar earlier on, but this time it's 𝗂𝗃𝗃.
I think it was Paratkar, but talking about Asif Mahmood, he's extremely unlucky in terms of injury. He seems to be one of those cricketers who just happened to pick up an injury from out of nowhere. He's young, but he's had to sit out a lot of time recovering from those injuries. This is good batting, sensible batting from the number 11. You know, he could well be a good player wherever he plays his usual cricket in club cricket, Usman Khalid, because the way he's shaped up, he didn't look like your typical number 11. Giving Asif the opportunity to see if he can get one in his slot and put it away. Asif has it in him. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 so far has been brilliant this over. Could do one better if he can clean up Asif here for his team. In the air, chipped away for a single. Asif will keep strike as 𝗂𝗃𝗃's over has come to a close. 18 gone, 143, 19.
from Asif Mahmood. And into the hands, in fact, gone upstairs, gone for 6.
Yeah, that is the prowess of Asif Mahmood. He gave himself a chance, very sensible. He saw 4 deliveries, and then when he got one in his slot, he put it away. Sujit Naik, the skipper, goes again. Take inside half of the bat. Will look to come back for the second. Not to be despite the fumble.
So we're coming down to the final over after this one. 150 comes up, Shah Faisal.
11 runs for the final wicket. Another little handy partnership. We haven't seen massively big partnerships, but quite a few handy partnerships just to keep the momentum going. 27, 32, and then this partnership now 11 valuable runs. That is a big psychological boost. 150 goes big Usman Khan on that occasion. The swings at thin air.
I get the feeling 150 on these tracks are very good, Shah Faisal. We saw earlier on games in which if you can get these scores, I think you're in business. And still more to come. Still got balls remaining.
Yeah, for Usman Khalid, who was doing so well in the last over, just putting bat to ball and picking up singles, is decided and he wants to go big. 3 swings and a miss after that single from Asif. Asif is having a word with him. Just tell him to calm down and probably block it off and let me have another go. Not to be. Usman Khalid wanted to join the action and he's done it in style. 6 to finish up. Sujit Naik, 156 for 9.
Yeah, a couple of 6s in this over. A massive strike from the batter. 156 as the over comes to an end. So 6 balls remaining. We're down to the last over here, Shah Faisal. And we talk about doubling that score earlier on, but here it is with over 150 on the board.
It's more than doubled, and Asif Mahmood now will have the license because they've dragged this innings to the last over. Not just dragged it, but add valuable runs as well. 17 for the last wicket. Slow delivery, too wide in the opinion of umpire Sandeep. Clearly Corner Drive wants to keep that ball away and hide it outside the off stump from Asif Mahmood.
So 11 extras so far, 9 wides. We've got still a whole over in front of them, Asif Mahmood and Usman Khalid. And you talked about some solid partnership. This one is developing pretty well.
Swing and a miss from Asif Mahmood.
And Shah Faisal, we talked about Raiders Unlimited lost their 2 opening games and how badly they'll need a win here for respectability for one, and also to start maybe get their campaign going. But they'll have to come up with about 8 runs and over, regardless what happens in the next 5 balls or so. But it's 157 on the board already with balls to come.
Too high. Keep an eye on the square leg umpire. Yeah, he did come across with the signal. 1 for the over as well, which I always feel harsh, because if that is not counting as a delivery, it should not count as a 1 bouncer, because a bowler has conceded a run and now the batter knows that he cannot bowl short at him. And that is double penalty for the bowler. That makes him kind of toothless, so to speak.
Yeah, big swing and a miss here from Asif. Couple of wides in the over from Corner Dry.
He's keeping the ball slightly back of a length of that swinging arc, back of that slot. And 𝗂𝗍𝗽 has bowled 2 good overs so far. Well, he's into the last over of his spell. His 3rd over was good as well. Coming around the wicket now. Generally doesn't really have trust in his Yorker, 𝗂𝗍𝗽, so back up for length, change of pace. And across this time the right-hander with the angle. Good bowling, 𝗂𝗍𝗽.
Yeah, except for the couple of wides. We've seen 3 dot balls, all going for big swing from Asif Mahmood. Failed to connect. And had it not been for the couple of wides in the over, Shah Faisal has been pretty barren here in the final one.
Credit to these two though, the batters. They've dragged the innings. As Asif has got hold of one. How good is that? This is magnificent. Backing away and hitting it over extra cover. That is an incredible stroke.
Yeah, we saw the attempts many times in this over. And look at this one, connected pretty well. And he's a strong man. And look at that, over the offside. Good follow through. And that is gone for a maximum. You know something big was going to happen. And it came off the 4th ball.
Partnership of 25 for the last wicket. And they've dragged this innings into the last 2 deliveries. Now 𝗂𝗍𝗽 goes back over the wicket. Down the wicket, smashing hit. That is the longest hit of the day. Asif Mahmood has really got hold of it.
Yeah, we saw several play and misses, but now we're beginning to see play and connect. Look at that, another massive one. And that has gone a long way. You talked about the distance of 6s we saw today. And this is probably one of the taller ones, gone for 6.
You saw Danny Lamb, who's fielding right in front of us, and he just turned around. And generally when the ball comes in this direction, we're ducking for cover, but the way it went way over our heads as well. Even we weren't at risk, and we're like 10 yards out of the boundary. It must have landed about 25 yards outside of the boundary.
And we talked about 140, 145, even 150 is good scores on these surfaces. It has gone up to 170, so that's 20 more.
Final ball of the innings. Stays back and smashes it over the fence. Another astonishing blow from Asif Mahmood. He's taken 𝗂𝗍𝗽 to cleaners in those last final deliveries. 3 6s. What a spectacular way to close out the innings.
Well, that's 20 off the last over. And what 3 6s to end the innings. We saw a couple of wides, couple of dot balls. Boy, it's bang, bang, bang. 3 6s to end. And it's 176 at the end of their 20 overs.
29 of 12. Asif Mahmood has played the most amazing innings that you would see under the circumstances. Receives a standing ovation from his teammates as they walk off. Heads bowed there for the Raiders Unlimited. They're looking like a team. They haven't tasted success in this tournament, and despite doing quite a lot of good work throughout the innings, they will be chasing 177, which on the conditions available would be a massive ask, a massive challenge as well. A batting card. Tejinder started off brightly. He took the attack early doors. Usman Khan hung in there with a couple of handy partnerships in the middle. Hassan Mohsin is the one who probably played the most fantastic knock, but outshone by Asif Mahmood towards the back end of that innings, who played magnificently well. And what 37-run partnership for the last wicket with Usman Khalid has taken this score, in my opinion, beyond the reach of Raiders Unlimited.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the bowling card. There we go. And look at 𝗂𝗃𝗽. 20 off the last over. He finished with 2 for 39, 3 for 33 from 𝗘𝐭𝐲𝐿, and 2 for 30 from Daniel Ba. But when you look at what has happened to 𝗂 𝗏𝗏 in the last 3 or 4 over, that is where we saw a spike in the scoring. And you look at 176, it's going to be a stiff challenge here of 120 balls when we come back for the Raiders Unlimited. So we'll be back when cricket resumes in about 15 minutes time, with Raiders Unlimited needing 177 to win.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃 Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
We apply the pressure.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
We apply the pressure. We apply the pressure.
One heart.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
So we're into the second over. 177 the target. We've seen a lovely shot from 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀. He is up on 11. He's 14 for none. 𝗂𝗲𝗄𝗃 welcome to the second innings.
And welcome back. Beautiful 𝗵𝗴𝗲𝗃 Sports Complex. Plenty of blue sky now amid some gorgeous greenery. And gorgeous hit from 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀. He got an edgy boundary earlier. Rasib Mahmood went full. And the second delivery was quite a pacey delivery. Third of the over, that is. He just flicked it nonchalantly. The contest resumes. Along what we've seen on this surface today on field 5, 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀 will be very, very glad that he's seeing pace on the ball, pace on offer. Power play has been the best time to score runs for the most of the day. We've seen in the 4th innings now, and both times in the first innings of the game the power play produced quite a few runs.
Yeah, into the onside, and we talked about 𝗂𝗲𝗄𝗃. They needed about 9 and over. We're into the second over, just about there. They're 15. Still a ball remaining in over number 2 from Asif Mahmood.
Yeah, the challenge will come against spin. We saw Tejinder Singh bowl that first over, spun the ball. I think aside of Asif Mahmood, most of the attacks from the Stallion X may just come through spin. Swing and a miss. Abhinav started off brightly in the first game, made 18 quick fire runs. The demand is different here. 2 overs done. It's a 15 for none. It looks like it. We'll go against 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀. Chance, the throw is not strong enough. 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀 struck it quite neatly, and I think it was Hassan Mohsin, or was it Shayan Jayasuriya? It is Shayan Jayasuriya. Threw off balance.
Yeah, we've seen a half century already for 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀. And there's a big responsibility here from Sikaram and 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀. Both batters have had a sample of good taste in this tournament. 𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀 in his last game got a half century. Sikaram looked well in the first match.
𝗂𝗵𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 got a half century on this pitch yesterday against Atlanta Fire. So he spent some time in the middle. Started off nicely again.
So 9 is the asking per over. Sikaram gets a ball down the leg side, called a wide. And 𝗂𝗲𝗄𝗃, many of spinners to go around. And I want to think that the Stallions X will be sending them down quite a bit in their 20 overs if the match goes that long.
Yeah, that attack will be dominated by spin. We've already seen Tejinder and Kashif Bhatti. They're both bankers. It's more than likely that they will end up the 4 overs that they're allowed to. can go through their lineup, and then you'll see more spinning options as well.
Saw a couple of boundaries off the bat of 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗃 in the previous over. A lovely flick over the leg side for a big six. And this over's gone well for 𝗂𝗫𝗵𝗲, only 4 runs in this over. 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃 comes back into strike, and it has been relatively quiet in this over. We saw an over from Asif Mahmood that went for 11. A lot of spark in that over. And good delivery again to 𝗂𝗵𝗃. So this has really been a good start here from 𝗂𝗫𝗵𝗃.
Yeah, pulling things back after that over from Asif Mahmood.
Ball punched into the offside. This will complete the third over. So 3 gone. It's 20 for 1. 20 without loss. So after 3 is 20 without loss. They need 157 to win. And Asif Mahmood will continue. 177 is the target. 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃 and 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗃, they haven't changed what we saw in the opening game. Top edge could be an easy catch for the wicketkeeper. And look at that, doesn't have to move much. And that's the end of 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃. It's 20 for 1.
Well, that's the breakthrough. Asif Mahmood gets one in the bag, and it's Abhinav looking to take advantage of the power play. Slow delivery, change of pace, got big on him. And although Cheyenne didn't get many runs on his birthday, he was presented with a gift which he accepted. And first blow, Raiders Unlimited 20 for 1.
Zach Tribe walks to the middle. Got a 13 in one of the games. Shaw Faisal still asking over 9 runs and over. And this is an early loss, that of Abhinav 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃. And we talked about at the start of this game how badly Raiders Unlimited would need a win here. And should they lose 3 in a row here, Shaw Faisal, this could be dire straits for them. Tomorrow is the 3rd day of the tournament.
You're very polite. If they lose the 3rd one, they should be looking for their itineraries. Oh, goes past the outside edge. Good areas from Asif Mahmood. Big, tall, muscular man. You saw his prowess with the bat. He came up player of the match yesterday as well. He was handy with the ball then. And today he started off. Despite those 2 boundaries from 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗃, he's come up and bowled in good areas. And he's got a wicket to show for it.
Yeah, we saw in the last 5 over, Asif Mahmood was one of the architects that saw them get 66 runs, Shaw Faisal, in the last 5.
Incredible to think the way that innings was going, because for the most part run making was difficult. Batters really had to struggle and work hard. And all that hard work, Asim Mahmood in the end made sure he picked up the reward for that. Definitely it's a team game.
Yes, he got 29 of just 12 balls. The last 3 balls of the game, bowled by 𝗂𝗫𝗃, was smashed all around the ground for 3 massive 6. And what was looking at a score maybe in the vicinity of 140, 150 ended up to be 176. Already proving to be a tall order here. 𝗂𝗪𝗡𝗃 comes back into strike. Shaw Faisal, and you get the feeling that 𝗂𝗪𝗃 will have to play a big one here today for the Raiders Unlimited. He does have the ability to do that.
He's moved the fielder deep on the onside. I thought he might have tried a short pitch delivery. Beautifully fielded, chance there. Oh, it was very, very close. I think it's Hassan Mohsin. Oh, you have a look. Wonderful piece of fielding. Could be the youngster. Arya Kananta. 2 very quick fielders, square of the wicket on the offside, Hassan and Arya. Shots, catch it! Fielders coming around, won't get to the ball and won't cater for the bounce as well. 4 runs, didn't come off the meat of the bat, but Tribe will take the boundary. Look at that. It got big on him. Couldn't really control it, but luckily for him, it fell away from the fielder. 26 for 1 after 4.
𝗂𝗃𝗃 will continue. 𝗂𝗪𝗃 on strike.
This will be a good contest. Condition in favor of spinners.
Oh, smashed through the offside. Runs here for 𝗂𝗪𝗃. And he picks up a couple of runs. Well executed for 2.
Yeah, he's looking in good form, 𝗂𝗪𝗃. Had a quiet first game, but then a half century in the second game. You could tell by the way he's moving around in the crease. Difficult shot to execute on this pitch with the turn and variable bounce. That cut shot was pretty good. It's just the outfield is a bit thick. Oh, it went straight to 𝗬𝗪𝗃, dropped. A tentative stroke. 𝗂𝗪𝗃 in the end got caught in no man's land and just poked at it, and it carried to 𝗬𝗪𝗃, who spilled it.
Yeah, we'll make a note of that. 𝗂𝗪𝗃 on 17, given a life. Off the bowling of Kashif Bhatti. And whether or not Shaw Faisal 𝗂𝗪𝗃 can make them pay for this, we'll have to wait and see. It's one of those days in which you want a chance or 2 with such a massive score to overhaul.
And on a difficult pitch, you're right, you need luck. And despite that, you'd feel the target is massive.
And the fact is you came out looking to get about 9 and over. 𝗂𝗪𝗃 into the onside. Fielder will come around. Only 1, but a good looking attempt into the onside, targeting maybe that gap between Long on and mid wicket. Got it a lot more squarer than he thought.
Yeah, couldn't get underneath it because of the length. 𝗂𝗃𝗵𝗃𝗃.
So 𝗧 Tribe picks up another run. We saw in the previous over, 𝗧 Tribe took on Asif Mahmood with the short ball. Didn't really time it that much, but was able to get away with a boundary.
Yeah, no sweeper on the offside, and the wind is blowing in that direction. Could Unmukt look to open up that offside? Prepared to just go down the ground and along the ground. Close out over number 5 with a single, 31 for 1.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
𝗏𝗃 Singh comes back into the attack. We saw him at the top of the order. Give away 4 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. We're out of the power plays. And we'll come into bowl to Zach Tribe.
He's just mixing up the spinners because, like we said early doors, they will rely heavily on spin throughout this innings. It seemed an obvious plan. With more protection, run making is going to be made more difficult. What would be 𝗂𝗵𝗃𝗃's response with more deep fielders? It's generally conventional, but he has the innovative strokes as well in his armory. We saw Hassan Mohsin use them to good effect in the middle part of that innings. Stallions X.
Big shot from 𝗂𝗵𝗃. Gone a long way and gone for a big maximum.
The conventional way will do for now for 𝗂𝗵𝗃. A really good whip of the wrist. It was close, flighted delivery and a big flourish as well. Sends it a long way into the wind as well, so it has to be a strong hit, and it was a strong hit indeed from 𝗂𝗵𝗃.
So a couple of sixes for him. And if he gets going 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, you get the feeling 133 needed. It's gonna get interesting. No elevation, goes big again, but into the onside. And hands a strike over to Zach Tribe.
So such is the requirement with 10 and over, despite a 6 and a single. And Zach Tribe, who's found life difficult on this turning pitch. That is too much flight, and Zach Tribe gets in on the act. Tejinder probably looking to buy a wicket or two.
Yeah, he gets into the act here. Look at that. A lot more flight again. And this one straight down the ground as you like. And gone away for another boundary. 12 off this over so far. A couple of boundaries. Look at that. Into the onside. Brings the 50 up. And it comes in the 7th over. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 50 on the board.
It's a very strange field placing for an off spinner. There's no one in the 30-yard circle on the onside in front of square. Easy single given away. 5 fielders on the offside for an off spinner on a turning pitch. What do you make of that, Lenny Achabar?
Yeah, playing a miss. And so it completes an over with 13 runs in this 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. We'll talk about that. 7 gone. 50 on the board. 50 for the loss of Sikaram. What has happened a lot of times? So 50 on the board. We've seen a good partnership here, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, 30 so far. 𝗂𝗵𝗃 and Zach Tribe.
Yeah, they needed it. Partnerships will be required. And what was good in the last over, Zach Tribe got away with a boundary to help 𝗂𝗵𝗃. His huge spaces on the onside and picked up the second run quite comfortably.
Yeah, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, you were talking about why the field is spread so much. We saw in the last over runs in the interior. And I talked about as soon as the power play session usually comes to end, captains usually do a big spread. Is it necessary at times?
In these conditions where batters at times are found difficult to lay bat to ball, you give him that much space and gets away with a 2 and then a single. The momentum comes back. The bowler thinks he may need to change something because he's still leaking runs, and that's where the opportunity for the big shot may arise.
And you look around the field, 𝗃𝗃, a lot of time captains will want to do an in-out rotation on the field. And you look at the onside here for 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏, and everybody is out. And I will be surprised 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏 plays it into the leg side short and soft and get runs again. Couple of runs. Down the offside, and this one could go away all the way. In fact, it's gone away for 4 through the third man area. 7 off this over so far.
Yeah, he can't bowl too straight because he has no protection in the ring. He has to bowl outside the off stump, and then even an edge will cost him a boundary. As we saw when Clarion Eagles bowled with their spinners, they always had a slip in place. There is always an opportunity of a wicket on this pitch, but Stallions X have gone completely defensive.
So ball into the offside. This over's gone for 8 so far. We talked about still hunting for 9 and 10 now.
Yeah, last over went for more than 10, so this 8 or 9 means that they're keeping up with the pace. That run rate that went up to 10 at one stage has been dragged back to 9.38 now, the required run rate.
Oh, cut away. Good shot here from Zach Tribe. We'll get at least 2. And look at that. We talked about an over that has gone for 10. It comes to an end. 8 gone is 60 for the loss of 1. We saw him in the last over. 𝗃𝗃 has given up 13. Immediately bowling change. On the left arm spinner, chance of a run out. Scamper back is Zach Tribe.
Yeah, if you stop the singles, it will create some panic with that kind of run rate on this pitch. But what we saw in the last 2 overs, easy singles and 2s were available, and then the boundary came. 𝗂𝗃𝗃, aerial, it went past him as a batter, and you would know that as long as they're able to rotate strike, that pressure doesn't really build. And if the boundary doesn't come by a good shot, it may just come through an edge. Last 2 overs have yielded 23 runs, and the required run rate had dropped down. Now 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has bowled 2 good balls to start off. Looks to build some pressure back.
Yeah, 𝗃𝗃, he's been really good. Saw a couple of overs from him already, gone for 5 each. And it might have been him in which 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏 steered the ball into the hands of Sharad Lumba that he did not accept.
It's a big shout. Appealing. They're running for that leg by. 𝗂𝗃𝗃 didn't get into a good position. Leg by is the signal arm delivery. Well bowled 𝗂𝗃𝗃. It's just such a psychological game, cricket, where if the bowling team mentally, if they think they're on top, they can make run making difficult. But when they're on the defensive, runs could come quite easily. Although 𝗂𝗃𝗃 has bowled a very good over, and still got 1 to go, but 2 dots and only 3 singles. Needs to close out well here to build that pressure back on the batters. Running hard. Will they come back for the second? It's a long boundary. 𝗧 is quick, beats the throw, and that is very good cricket from the pair from the Raiders Unlimited. Still a good over from 𝗂𝗫𝗵𝗃, 65 for 1 after 9.
Good over from 𝗂𝗫𝗵𝗃. 𝗂𝗫𝗵𝗃 has bowled 3 overs, none for 14. He's been quite economical. Usman Khalid continues.
Arm ball, big shout. It must have got something. I heard 2 noises in here, but also the bounce. Usman is quite tall.
Yeah, that's one of the things you will understand with 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗃 if you've seen a lot of him. He doesn't push out too long. He's that type of half-cock player, 𝗂𝗵𝗃.
These days, the modern day batters, they rely on their strong base. So there's not a lot of footwork generally. It's just a weight transfer on a smallish stride, either forward or back. That's where they want to execute all their shots, the strength of their core and the strength of their upper body. Oh, he's dropped it. Smash back at him. He wasn't ready, it may seem, and hit his hands and popped out.
Yeah, we've seen both batters now given a life exactly on the number 19. This is a tough chance. We saw 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗃 give one to Sharad Lamba. And this one into the offside. Easy single here for 𝗧. And both batters, surprisingly, 𝗂𝗵𝗃 have given lives when they were on 19.
Oh, there you go. Our stats man Lenny keeping up with things.
And the point I was making about 𝗂𝗚𝗃 not stretching out is that has to do with the umpires more than anything else. It is not whether you can transfer your weight and not being effective with the shot. Talk about the umpires. They're more inclined to probably put their hands up if they see that you haven't really done anything and the ball has really smashed into your pad.
Could Usman Khalid close out the over? That does make it 2 very good overs back to back. First 𝗂𝗫𝗵𝗃 and now Usman, and soars that required run rate into almost 11 with 10 to go. It's 68 for 1.
Hassan Mohsin has been given the ball, number 17. And he walks down the little ridge and will come in from the end that we saw. 𝗂𝗫𝗵𝗃 bowled 3 overs, no man, none for 14. So he's been taken off at a time in which Raiders still, at this point, need 11 runs and over.
Interesting pace on, but Hassan Mohsin will have a bag of tricks. Yesterday he started off with a very quick bouncer that went for a top edge 6. Today starts off with a slow delivery into the surface. A different sort of challenge for these two batters. He's more of a defensive bowler, Hassan Mohsin.
Yeah, these two up on 49 from 42. 𝗧 𝗏𝗽𝗼 and 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏. So the 50th run comes in this partnership, and this is a good stand here by 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏 and 𝗧 𝗏𝗽𝗼 𝗂𝗡-𝗃𝗄.
Very good. They needed it. Partnerships were going to be the key. And into the second half of the innings, thanks to this partnership and not a lot of early wickets, they're still in the hunt despite that run rate going just up above 11 now. That kept low, and the finger's gone up now. He took his time, umpire Gilani. 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏 is still hanging around, not happy. It did keep low, but how high did it hit him? Our angle from behind. You'll have to have another look, but the big news is that 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏 has been dismissed.
So Hassan Mohsin has broken that big 50-run partnership we talked about.
Hit him on the thigh. Looks like it was on the rise. The little rub from 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏. He thought he'd convinced the umpire until he turned around and saw the finger belatedly come up. A very, very well played knock has come to an end from 𝗂𝗚𝗡𝗏. He's gone for 41 and it's 70 for 2.
I don't like that. Walks to the middle. We've seen a big 50-run partnership coming to an end. Hassan
You jinxed them, Lenny. You jinxed them. You were raving about the partnership, counting it down to 50.
And into the offside, Daniel Lam is on the way.
Hassan Mohsin was brought on and he picked up the wicket immediately. Daniel Lam scored a very good 40 in the first game. But cricket being cricket, he got a duck in the second game yesterday. What is he going to do today? He needs to hang around. 𝗧 𝗏𝗽𝗼 has got himself in. They need another little partnership here. Gone! Extra bounce and a very good catch by Shayan Jahangir. A double strike from Hassan Mohsin. What a cricketer he is. Makes impact with the ball immediately.
Yeah, looks to be a slower, shortish ball. And 𝗧 𝗏𝗽𝗼 looking to run it into the offside. Yeah, look at that. Came too close to him and a big deflection. Good catch from the captain, Shayan Jahangir. And it's a couple of wickets in this over for Hassan Mohsin. 71 for 3. 11.6 is the ask. Sujit Nayak just come to the crease, and so has Daniel Lam. Usman Khalid, 3 overs, no made, none for 19. 𝗂𝗡 𝗏𝗀, he will finish up here.
His first 2 overs weren't good, but then he made a good comeback in the last over, built some pressure after a good over from 𝗂𝗫𝗏𝗃, and then the following over from Hassan Mohsin resulted in 2 wickets. This is what you call bowling as a unit, hunting as a unit as well. Big turn. New batters have really found it hard initially.
Yeah, we talked about a game, a must-win game for the Raiders Unlimited. 𝗂𝗡 𝗏𝗀, we saw them in 2023 when they lost to the Kingsmen in one of those final of the Atlanta Open. So they've been a team that have produced at the Atlanta Open. And this year they're under the pump to get that campaign off to a very good long run. They need 104 with asking 12 runs and over.
Yeah, now the run rate has jumped to that 12 that we were talking about. From here on end, anything less than 2 a ball will increase it further. That will suggest to you the enormity of the task. Tightening the screws here, the Stallion X.
Switch hit into the offside, dropped, and Daniel Lam collects a run.
Oh, he was looking to go a lot finer. Asif Mahmood lurking on that boundary. Came close, had to come and dive forward as that ball was dipping into the wind hit. So probably a misjudgment as well. And a chance went a-begging.
This one into the onside. Fielder does well. Looks like Kananta. But still a very good over here from Usman Khalid. He's only gone for 3 and 4 balls. So where is the 12 runs gonna come from with 2 balls remaining? 𝗂𝗡 𝗏𝗀 in this over. Usman has really been good.
Easy answer is 2 sixes. Lamb can hit them. We've seen that already in this year's championship. Plenty of afternoon evening traffic on Highway 411 in the background. Big truck goes by. A big hit needs to come.
Yes, swing and a miss. Bowling has really been good from Usman Khalid. We talked about he will finish up here. 3.5 none for 22. So
no
he's
wickets
kept
to show for, but he's put the pressure on.
He's kept the run rate under the required when we came out at the start of the Raiders Unlimited innings, and that is to get about 9 and over. Not a big swing and a miss. Another good over comes to an end. 3 off this over. And after 12, 75 for a loss of 3. At 0.7. The 75 for 3. The action continues. We've seen another bowling change. 𝗁𝗏𝗃 Nayak on strike. That required rate has gone up to 13 runs and over now. 𝗂 Faisal. 𝗁𝗏𝗃 comes back into the attack and ball punched into the offside. Easy single. And Daniel Lam comes in to strike.
Probably he will like the off spinner more than the left armer. This really was swinging at thin air, Daniel Lam, in the previous over of Usman Khalid.
Yeah, Daniel Lam. It's ironic that one of 3 favorite batsmen out of England when I followed English cricket back in the 80s, 𝗂 Faisal. Oh, that's a big strike from Daniel Lam. Gone for 6.
They needed that. That required run rate was climbing, and that 6 will bring it down. They need the big hits to keep coming, at least 1 boundary per over. Too close to the batter once again from Tajinder. He's been guilty of doing that in his second end now in this over. And he's been put away for plenty after giving only 4 in his first over.
Yeah, big strike from Daniel Lam. They'll need a few more of those. And I was talking about some of my favorite English batsmen. Now that the name Daniel Lam has come, Alan Lam being one of them. Mike Gattin, Graham Gooch
was the nemesis for West Indies on quite a few crucial occasions. Not to forget a World Cup game in 1987. We put away 14, I think, in the last over against Courtney Walsh, who suffered the same fate a couple of matches down the line at the hands of Abdul Qadir, and West Indies were eliminated, not making it to the semis for the first time.
Yeah, you know your history pretty well. I mean yeah, we'll talk about that. 13 gone. It's 83 for 3. They need 13.4 to win.
You'll be surprised that Mudassir hasn't bowled. Probably he's substituting at the moment.
Yeah, this is a powerful put together Stallions X team. No Isan Adil.
Yeah, they went spin heavy. I think that they realized what the conditions were going to offer. So resting their big man.
Yeah, Paul, that's a powerful shot. Protection out in the deep. The runs coming by once. 𝗂 Faisal, no problems at all here for the Stallions X. And it comes at a time in which the Unlimited, they need over 14 runs and over. It keeps going up.
Yeah, a minute ago it was 12, and despite that one big hit, It's gone up to 14. And Hassan Mohsin with his bag of tricks. Big strong man, Danny Lamb.
Into the offside, only a single. The single that brings the equation down to 91 to win. Asking over 14 runs and over. Is it getting into the formality stage now, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗧?
Well, with only 3 wickets down, you would think that they will at least give it a good go going into the last 6. Danny Lamb has only been in for a few deliveries. Sujit Naik has been there for quite a while, so if partnership were to go, Sujit would be the man who would initiate the assault. Calling him for a single. Sujit didn't know where that ball gone, but Danny Lamb was alert to the situation.
So 4 off this over from Hassan Mohsin. He's gone pretty well. He's picked up 2 in his previous. And again, ball outside the off stump. Called a wide from umpire Sandeep. And that one will have to be re-bowled. 89 still to win. And that current required rate, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗧 is going up towards 15.
Well, if 89, it means they've only got up to the halfway stage in terms of the runs, with only 6 to go. No ball now from Hassan Mohsin, offering a new lease of life for the Raiders Unlimited. A free hit coming up. They can't change the field though, because the batters have changed strike.
So 90 for 3, free hit. Daniel Lamb will be on strike, is he? In fact, no. Sujit Naik will be on strike.
Yeah, he took a single, Danny Lamb.
So free hit ball coming up. Time when the batters are looking to swing for the fences. The funniest thing, I'll tell you about a free hit ball, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗧, in your junior game. Oh, smash. One of the biggest I have seen in 2 days of cricket here at the Atlanta Open.
Wow, what a hit. Sujit Ghawda needed to come into action. The free hit gave him that opportunity.
Going out. Number 13 is going out.
And how good he's gotten hold of that. It's going on to field 1. Stop what you're doing in field 1. Give us the ball back. 90 for 3.
You're good.
In fact, it will be 96 for 3 after 14 overs.
The last 6 over here, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗧, are 36 balls. And Tajinder Singh will finish up here. 3 overs, no min, none for 25. And you get the feeling with 81 to win, asking 13.5 runs and over. Danny Lamb and Sujit Naik out in the middle. Oh, into the onside. Fielder comes in. Kananta. And he does well to get a little body onto the ball. Prevents the boundary. 2 runs to Danny Lamb.
That's good outfielding. He attacked the ball, but then when he realized he can't catch it, he allowed it to bounce and let him hit it, putting the body on the line.
Over the infield, not really, into the hands of Ghulam Mudassar. He puts it down and they go through for one.
Yeah, definitely misjudged that. Ghulam Mudassar, in the end, he was reaching out over his head while still moving. Never an easy thing. Couldn't get himself established under the ball. It's all the time he looked half a yard away from the ball.
So asking 13.7. Tomorrow will be the last league stage game for both of these teams. I'll tell you who they play. He cut away into the offside. Lovely shot, finds the gap. Ihsan Adil, is he? Yeah, he's on the field, maybe as a substitute. But 𝗃𝗃 Stallions X has a big showdown tomorrow with Seattle Thunderbolts.
Yeah, that's the game. That's the game that will decide this group, I think, because Thunderbolts are in good position at the moment against Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, slashing shot in the deep. Couple of good runs there from Danny Lamb. He's playing a good hand. Couple of lives for him along the way.
Yes, so Thunderbolts with 2 victories have got Atlanta Fire down 54 for 3, chasing 143 in 7. So that is a tight contest right there, and if Atlanta Fire loses, it opens up completely. Has gone in the air. Looks like it's Jay Surya with a taped hand, was still able to get hold of the ball. And a wicket finally for Tajinder Singh, who's been relatively expensive considering the conditions, but he's come up with the wicket now, and Daniel Lamb's efforts has come to an end.
Yeah, you can't fault Danny Lamb at a time in which run rate pushing up to 15. He's got to make a move. All risk into the hands, safe hands of Shahan Jayasuriya, and the 4th wicket goes down 1 or 2 for 4. But just coming back to the matchups tomorrow, we talked about Stallions X has a big showdown with the Seattle Thunderbolts, and tomorrow Raiders Unlimited will take on the Atlanta Force. And so that will complete the teams in their league stage. And then we'll wait and see who are the playoff teams. 𝗃𝗃 as Heath Richards comes to the middle.
The Atlanta Fire also has a game left. Who are they going against? Because they've got 2 out of 2 right now in a battle, locked in at the moment with Seattle Thunderbolts, Raiders Unlimited, and Atlanta Force. You would tell if Raiders lose this, as we watch the single from Heath Richards, they lose this in this Group A, both these teams will be eliminated practically, even mathematically, I think, if they lose today. Atlanta Force also didn't look one of the strongest team of the tournament, so it will be a huge upset if they're able to turn some of these big guns over. 96 for 3 after 14.
Was 14 or 15?
15 done. I think they missed a holdover. Maybe they're catching up.
Well, Lenny, an early question for you to put you on the spot. You're the adjudicator for the Man of the Match award in this game. Couple of contenders in your opinion so far?
Yeah, we saw a 36 from Hassan Mohsin at the middle. Towards the back end, we saw Asif Mahmood, 29 off 12. And I'm inclined to go. I like those late flurries at the end, but I think it was set up by Hassan Mohsin, so why not? We could probably go Hassan Mohsin for me.
Not to forget his double wicket over as well. Asif has also got 1 wicket, so it quite possibly may come down between them.
So Kashif Bhatti comes back into a new bowling spell. First time, I think, from this end. And we'll come into bowl to Heath Richards. Pressure on this batting team with an asking rate over 15 runs and over, or just about 15 runs and over, 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃. And for our viewers, we're just catching up with our scoring, but the score is 103 for 4. This is the 16th bowling. Play on a miss. Good bowling here from 𝗂𝗫𝗄𝗃.
Yeah, he won't make it easy. And Heath Richards, new to the crease. Not easy. I don't envy his task at all. Playing away from the batter and getting it to turn further away.
Yeah, not a good delivery.
The change-up ball, the arm ball, just to catch Heath Richards off guard. He keeps it out, but the problem is the run rate.
Yeah, 17.
Running out.
17 is the ask. And you get the feeling with a final ball in this over, even if this goes for a maximum, it wouldn't change much.
Not at all. 3 and over looming. Three per ball actually looming. If we see a couple of dot balls, 18 and over would mean that they would require 3 per ball.
Yeah, big strike in the onside. Gone away for 4. Consolation boundary here for Sujit Nayak. It brings the 16th to a close. And now they need 69. Asking 17 runs and over.
Yeah, the bowlers, they tend to get greedy. It was last ball of his spell. The match.
Eight for 4. Or no, our scores are catching up, but we're in the 17, start of the 17, and Hassan Mohsin has been all around from ends to end. 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃, he comes back for another spell. Smashed over the onside and gone for 6.
The first one from Heath Richards. He would have enjoyed it. How much of a consequence it would be in the eventual result of the game. He's still fighting, giving it a go. That is a good thing. Despite the 2 losses, they haven't thrown in the towel yet.
And 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃, when I look at Hassan Mohsin, reminds me a little bit of Abdul Razak in his running in. Let's take a look at that. So 16.4 is the ask. Again, a shortish ball into the glove of Cheyenne. 63 to win.
He's got a good short pitch ball. Yeah, Abdul Razak was one of the great all-rounders, probably the trendsetter in terms of that power hitting. Pretty much the same era as Lance Klusener. His unique style of run up, and then his batting, his power hitting.
Yeah, playing a miss. We've seen a couple of balls here. Playing a missing is Heath Richards, and we talked about 𝗂𝗡𝗄𝗃, the influx of players, a lot of them from the minor league circuit. Heath Richards played in your zone.
Yeah, Atlanta Lightning he plays for, and in T20 cricket this is not an easy role that he's asked to do, especially if the wickets are as the way they are here at Paramveer and generally through the minor league as well. Very, very difficult role.
Yeah, we'll get runs here. In fact, we'll get 4 of them straight down the ground. It's always a safe place to play those shots, Shaw Faisal.
Yeah, Hassan Mohsin proving expensive now. He came in mid-impact with the ball when the game was very much alive. But now last 2 overs, especially that free hit that went for 6, and now this over, a maximum to start off, and then a boundary, making it 10 of the over. Slightly taking the gloss off of his bowling figures.
And the interesting thing, he started right there where he's bowling. He bowled 1 there, then he came to the come box and bowled 1, and he's gone back upstairs.
The reason could be, I'll tell you after this ball. He would be one of those cricketers who's just happy to be involved. He has no qualms about bowling from one end or the other. You would know that few bowlers will be very particular about choosing which end they want to bowl. Hassan Mohsin probably is not one of them. Give me the ball, skipper, from wherever. I'll do the job for you.
Yeah, that's one of the challenge of T20 cricket. As a bowler, you've got to be able to bowl anywhere with any kind of ball. How many times we've seen the captain throw the ball to someone who is not really using the new ball too many times, but welcome to 2025, and you've got to be so versatile that even as a spinner, you've got to bowl with a polished ball. Into the offside, 17 gone. And I think we have slipped into the formality stage. 19 needed per over. They need 57 to win. 120 for 4. Three overs remaining. They need 57 to win. Asif Mahmood will continue, or will come back into the attack. 2 overs no main, 1 for 16. And we talked about 2 strong candidates for the player of the match, Hassan Mohsin and Asif Mahmood, and you get the feeling, as Shaw Faisal pointed out, Hassan Mohsin might have tilted the balance in his favor with a couple of wickets. Oh, bowled him! So that's the end of the captain, Sujit Nayak. More trouble here for Raiders Unlimited. 5 down, 120.
19 and over. He really didn't have any options. He tried, Sujit Nayak, but Asif Mahmood, change of pace, straight into the stumps. That is what you want to bowl. Ball real straight, and now he's got his second wicket. 120 for 5 now. बैठ जाओ, हमारी तस्वीर दिखाओ।
Dry comes to the middle, and he comes in here, Shaw Faisal, 57 needed. Now asking 20 runs and over, and we've seen a couple of wickets off the bowling of Asif Mahmood.
Yeah, now Asif Mahmood with figures of 2 for 16. I'll leave it to you, Lenny. You decide, don't worry, and don't reveal it yet. Goes across and gets himself outside the line of off stump. Corner dry. Formality stage, what do you call it now? You called it earlier, but definitely now.
And the fact is, when you look at Hassan Mohsin, picked up the wicket of Unmukt Chan, very decisive. Unmukt Chan was looking good after giving a couple of lives, and then also came back and picked up the wicket of Zach Tribe. So that was in the middle when the innings was taking shape. Massive hit from Heath Richards. Gone a long way and gone for 6.
Well, long levers coming into play. Asif Mahmood getting a taste of his own medicine. That was a massive strike. Into the pitch, set up, and look at how Richards got onto it. Lost in the woods, down towards the right of our comm box.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of players, a jersey reflects nothing close to their names, and that is because we made mention of some last minute changes for some of these teams. We saw Rohan worn by Stephen Wigg, and I'm still trying to figure out who is Rohan. It might have been Rohan Mustafa, but Albert is a head scratcher.
Yeah, there is multiple events going on at the same time, and there were, if you go by the social media promotions, some of the players that were promoted in other leagues are playing here, and that can only be good for cricket though generally, but this is the premier event, so most of the big stars from USA circuit, they're featuring here.
Corner try goes into the offside. Easy catch in the end, well judged, and another wicket falls.
Sharad Lamba with the catch. 𝗂𝗍𝗃 tried to give the punishment that he took from Asif Mahmood, but couldn't do so. And well judged by Sharad Lamba. Got into position and a safe pair of hand. 𝗂𝗍𝗃 walks back. Third wicket for Asif Mahmood, and it's 28 for 6. आपका Airbnb में कहीं रुके हुए हैं?
Mahmood has picked up his third wicket now. Shah Faisal 3 for 28. 3 for 23, sorry. And final ball coming up. 𝗵𝗺𝗃 has come out with Heath Richards, and the writing is on the wall.
Asif Mahmood could be in the running, the MVP, if they go far enough in the tournament. He's got wickets, he's got runs today. Umpire Sandeep had to glance at his partner, Umpire Gilani, and then called it a wide and one for the over as well.
So the umpires have come out in full force. This is the elite squad under the watchful eyes of Peter Nero out of the West Indies. Big tick onto the pad. This will complete over number 18. So 18 gone. It's 130 for 6. We'll finish up here.
Oh, that match is finished. They're waiting on you again.
So 2 for 29 off 3. He will finish up here. He's been given a long bowl by the captain Shayan Jahangir. Driven into the offside. Good looking shot from Abhishek Paratkar. Hands a strike over to Heath Richards.
That should be fun. Heath Richards, now that the pressure is off, could just really compose himself and hit a few big ones. Always good for the batters, always good for their profile when the score sheets are up and you see yourself one of the top batter or the bowler in the match summary. It only features top 2 or 3 with both with bat and ball, so Heath Richards could see that as an opportunity.
Yeah, inside edge. And let's look at who probably will make the top 3 batters. We saw 𝗂𝗚𝗎𝐻 played a good knock, 41. Heath Richards is on 21, the second highest, actually tied with Zach Tribe. So he'll probably make that summary. And he's still alive out in the middle, so he's had a chance to even improve that and go up to second. Edged, it doesn't matter how they come, gone away for 4.
Yeah, important runs as far as the Stallion X are concerned, because they may be locked in a battle of a run rate, the net run rates. So whilst the game is in the bag, they want the margin to be as big as possible. 𝗵𝗺𝗃𝗃 inflicting some pain on the bowler. Hassan Mohsin has now gone for 34. Runs have come off of his bowling. That free hit 6 of the last ball of his second over, and then the third over was expensive.
Massive strike again from Abhishek Paradkar, up the hill and gone for 6.
Wow, what a strike! Paradkar just cleared his front leg. Hassan Mohsin is not express. When he gets into that slot, it becomes very hittable, and it landed on that hill. A long hit.
Yeah, you talked about an over from Mohsin, went for 12. His second went for 13. His first was the most impressive. He picked up 2 and gave away 4. Other than that, he's gone for an average of 12. And this one is counting, still 2 more balls to go, 𝗃𝗃𝗃. So he's gone for 12 in the remaining 3, and he's on his 4th.
Well, that result has come through at field 1. The Kingsmen, after a loss here earlier in the day, bounced back and defeated 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗃, who incidentally become the first team to be eliminated. No ball, free hit will come, a boundary, and Raiders Unlimited really making sure they don't join 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗃 as the second team eliminated, because that will be their 3rd defeat if they suffer it. But they're fighting it right till the end. 8 deliveries to go, 29 needed, and a free hit to give them some more boost.
Yeah, we see the bowling from Hassan Mohsin, 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. His first over, he picked up 2 for 4. And then after that, everything has gone higher for him. 1 over, gave away 12, 1 over, he gave away 13, and now this one has gone for 18. Still 2 balls remaining, including a free hit ball.
Wow. A little bit of a panic setting in. Shayan Jahangir, who looked unflustered throughout.
And you look at the requirements, you look at the formula remaining. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, 29 off 8 balls. They're just about there. You wonder, had they had a couple of bigger overs, especially when the likes of Kashif Bhatti was bowling, how things could have been.
A leg by probably. Wait for the umpire signal.
Kashif Bhatti bowled 4 overs, no made none for 19, and we saw Usman Khalid 4 over, no made none for 22. So they were good.
Yeah, the left arm spinners, they did the job. That is why, even despite this late flurry, very comfortable the Stallion X, although they won't get much of a boost in terms of their net run rate, because Raiders Unlimited have gotten themselves pretty close. 1 shy of 150 with 1 ball to go. Over number 19, Heath Richards went fancy, made no contact. 1 to go, 149 for 6.
It's 149 for 6. The possibility, 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗏 28 to win from the last 6.
Well, I think Asif Mahmood will see it as an opportunity to add to his 3 wickets. Has it gone far enough? It's gone high, but taken. 4 wickets and a little jig from Asif Mahmood. He's showing off his moves and collects his 4th wicket. Bharat goes.
Yeah, no fault at all in 𝗃𝗃𝗃 trying to go big. We're into the last over. They needed 28. And picked it up well. Couldn't find the distance. And Isa and Adil, who's been lurking around as one of the substitute, takes a swirling catch. Well judged. And look at that. Celebration of the day from Asif Mahmood. He's picked up 4.
कौन से क्लब जा रहे हैं भाई साहब आप ह्यूस्टन में सेटल्ड हैं
Comes in the middle straight away. He gets off the mark and hands a strike over to Heath Richards with 21 to his name.
Even 4 6s won't do it for the Raiders Unlimited. Impressive 4 wickets from Asif to go with his batting.
So Heath Richards, let's see what he's done. A couple of 6s for him, 1-4. Choked into the onside. Hands a strike over back to Noshtash Kenjige. So 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗏 Raiders Unlimited. It looks like they'll lose their 3rd game. In fact, they'll lose all their games. And that will set up maybe that division for Atlanta Fire and Seattle Thunderbolts and even Stallions X with a chance to advance.
Inner trend rate may come into play, although the Stallions X are still yet to play the Thunderbolts. That could come down to really be in a potential quarter-final. In that case, run rate probably won't come into play unless Atlanta Fire continue their winning streak. If they lose, then it may become a 3-way tie for that qualification for 2 spots.
So a couple of balls remaining. Heath Richards. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Ghulam Adasar runs around and this game comes down to a single ball remaining. 24 needed. And it will be a 2nd victory here for the Stallions X. And they've only lost 1. And here we go into the onside and the game comes to an end. And I'm not too sure. Well, it's a dot ball. Heath Richards didn't bother to go to the other end. So that's not a single at all. And 𝗂𝗏𝗧𝗏, it comes to an end. And Stallion X, they win by 23.
Yeah, in the end, a good game of cricket. You saw the pitch and the way it exploded in the morning game. You would have thought you'd see a low-scoring game. But 172 played 153. Came close. And Raiders Unlimited would look back and see they conceded a bit, way too many in the last couple of overs, thanks to that blitz from Asif, but also with their batting effort, few quiet moments, and they could have come even closer, probably could have even beaten Stallions X, who will be buoyed after that victory because they come undone against Atlanta Fire in the morning game. So they're taking a victory home today as well to go with a victory on the first day, with 1 game to play for all the teams tomorrow. there is still plenty to play for in terms of qualification. I think Raiders Unlimited are also eliminated from this group, along with the 𝗂𝗚𝗃𝗃 from Group B. So it's still quite possible between the three teams as stumps have been drawn. Let's have a look at the batting chart, because that innings that started knowing that it would be a very, very difficult task on Mukchand. It's him because I did the early again.
Hassan Mohsin.
You don't give it to 4 wickets, and those runs proved crucial. Enjoyable day of cricket. There is a game still going on. That is Atlanta Fire are still in action against the Thunderbolts. So do tune in to that. It's just about time to say goodbye from here on Field 5. It was, like I said, an enjoyable day of cricket. I hope you enjoyed our broadcast. Sports 360, the production, and plenty of good work from them, and we look forward to your company for tomorrow, the final day of the group stages. 2 more games will be coming from Field 5 and Field 1 respectively, to go with other games on the outside fields. Thank you very much for your company, and we hope to have you tomorrow. Until then, it's goodbye from Field 5 of Parramveer Sports Complex.
Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and 𝗃𝗃-𝗃𝗃, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
We apply the pressure. 1-0, 1-5. We apply the pressure. 1-0, 1-5. One heart.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.